The first of 8 frames in this first session. 10 required to become champion and walk away with that cheque for £350,000. What an occasion, Dominic, and what a match we have in store.
Absolutely, Phil. Very good afternoon, everybody. I'm really looking forward to this. Battle of the minds. Both these players very strong mentally. Kyren Wilson did incredibly well coming through that semi-final last night. But I think if you're a believer in fate, then John Higgins is going to win this match. He's had a lot of luck at vital times in earlier matches. But he's played some fantastic snooker as well. His pot success ahead of this final, 92%. Well, perhaps an early opportunity here for Kyren Wilson. Maybe the red that John has just played is blocked by the pink. Just about, but I'm just wondering about the 2 reds above the black, whether they could be a plant.
Both of these players have had to go to the well to get to this final in the last 2 rounds. Wilson misses his early opportunity. John Higgins 5-3 down to Zhao Xintong, 1 on the final black, and then in a similar predicament against Judd Trump, having started the match very shakily, 3-0 behind at one stage. It looked like being a procession for Trump.
1.
But he fought back superbly, took advantage of Trump's missed ground when he was clearing up for a 6-3 win.
It's interesting though, Phil, isn't it? Both players have had identical paths through to the final. Both began with a 6-2 round 1 victory, followed by 2 6-5 deciders.
Yes, they're both amazing competitors. Wilson giving away 16 years to the great man, who was just a few months old when this great tournament was first staged in 1975, and John Spencer beat Ray Reardon on a respotted black.
Six.
And he was still a teenager when he made his Masters debut and made the final, losing to O'Sullivan, whom, of course, he beat in one of the great finals 20 years ago with that wonderful clearance from the brink of defeat on the final black. Could we have similar drama today?
Well, of course, Kyren hasn't won this great event. He's been
30.
a runner-up on 2 occasions. Of course, last year when he lost to Murphy, but also in 2018. But it's been 20 years since John last won it. So both of these players will be equally desperate to get their hands on the trophy this year.
And 15 years, as you can see, since Higgins won the last of those 9 Triple Crown titles, his 4th World Championship.
$14.
I think what's interesting as well when you try and predict who's the likely winner of a final like this,
18.
you might think on current form and the way the season's gone so far that Kyren is justifiably a fractional favourite, but if you don't begin well, if you fall a couple of frames behind early on and you can't get your side of the scoreboard rolling, and you say 2-0 down, the mindset changes very quickly, and that positive expectation that you walk into the arena in suddenly disappears, and all of a sudden you're on the back foot. So it's very important at the beginning of a final like this, who starts the better.
Brown ball. Yellow ball.
Change your plan.
Well, favourable run of the ball there, perhaps. That cue ball coming off the top cushion with check side, a lot of spin, and it spun that red into a pottle position. Now, in potting this red, he's going to be cannoning the two reds above it, which will bring the black spot into play, certainly. But can John judge the cannon from those two reds to be on possibly the pink to the right centre? Well, I'm amazed he played that with topspin.
22.
I thought he could have screwed off those two reds to be on that pink to the right centre, but John saw it a different way, and, well, it hasn't worked out.
Green ball. John Higgins, 22.
Higgins leads the overall head-to-head 8 victories to 3. But undoubtedly the most important win for Wilson against Higgins was on his way to the world title in 2024. Because he'd been schooled the previous year, thrashed 13-2, so to avenge that loss, a real game changer for Wilson. Of course, he went on to lift the World Championship and has grown as a player since then. 4 ranking titles last season as world champion.
And nearly a mistake from John there. He tried to come off the side cushion and flick the red towards the blue, which he's done, but he actually just fractionally caught the red before the side cushion. And it may be possible into this top left-hand corner. Kyren could screw across the side of the table for position on blue or brown. So it's a sort of pot that he does take on. Oh, but a long way off.
Wilson, who finished against Wu Yize with a century, his 6th of the tournament, more than anyone else. And what a display, yet again, of resilience it was. From the very brink of defeat, Wu Yize had the chance to close it out, Mr. Red to the right corner, but Wilson conjured a quite superb clearance of 46 to force the decider and finished in style. So Higgins back in.
And this time he has a wonderful chance to wrap up victory in this first frame. The black's available, as is its own spot, so that will clear things a little bit. There's a couple of reds just to the right of the pink spot that will pot to the right corner. And John would be disappointed not to win the first frame from here, given the fact that he's already 30 points
8.
to the good.
15. Yeah, of course.
It's a big day for Tatiana Williston, her first Masters final, her second Triple Crown final, having officiated the 2024 UK Championship title match between Trump and Hawkins.
$16.
Just a little more backspin on the cue ball than
23.
intended there. Has left him further away from this red. Now the bottom red doesn't look to me as though it pots. It's the one in the middle of that little group of 5. But can he control the cue ball for position on the colour? It's not guaranteed. That's why John wanted to be closer to the red than he is.
$24.
I think wisely playing the more difficult of the pots, the thinner cut to the left corner for positional reasons, and now he's back in perfect position.
$29. $30.
So just this black and one more red required for victory in frame 1, barring snookers.
I think there's been a more relaxed air around John Higgins at this Masters. And he
37.
himself has said that he's tried to take the pressure off, be a little less intense. Sometimes it can mean too much. Kyren Wilson sitting this first frame out, it would seem. Had a chance early. Mr. Red to the right centre. But he didn't panic
38.
after that poor start against Trump in the semis, and he was really a bystander in trailing 3-0. Winning the fourth was all important. And then, of course, refused to buckle when he trailed 5-3. And for the second round running, he was rewarded.
$44.
And I think John will be keen here to try and shut Kyren Wilson out of this first frame and not allow him any table time. Of course, both players were allowed to practice on this table ahead of play this afternoon, but this is the match now and things
51.
are different. The table will have been brushed and ironed again.
$52.
A confident start to the Masters final from one of the greats of all time, going for the hat-trick to settle himself into the final. What a day for him as he chases the hat-trick. Would become only the 7th player to win this 3 times or more. But to do it at the age of 50, just a few months away from his 51st birthday, he's already the oldest ever Triple Crown finalist, will be an incredible achievement.
Well, that was a superb pot from Kyren Wilson. Could have done with a fuller kiss on the yellow, though. Cue ball just slid beautifully off that side cushion, but just glanced the yellow, and he didn't have a good angle on it, so had to play the snooker in behind the brown. But I think Kyren will be surprised if John makes a mistake from this snooker escape. Well, it would appear that John is going to come off 4 cushions here and try and land right up against that red that's just below the black. Not an easy shot to judge because the red is behind him. He's facing into bulk and the red is down this other end of the table. Oh, dear. Great effort. But no harm done.
Thank you. Foul. And a miss.
Oh, that was a big misjudgment from John catching the yellow. And he has left the red on. But is it too straight? From Kyren Wilson's point of view, to get position on the black. Well, it's okay. You can play this with topspin. And he will be on the black to the opposite corner.
So that's a couple of reds that have gone astray for Wilson at the start of this final.
Got away with it though. John can't cut that red in. On another day, he might have left the red on and John could have scored heavily given the position of many of these reds. Well, just beautifully played. Kyren's previous safety shot, cannon the brown into that position. It was a good target for John to try and get the cue ball in behind it. But the shot was expertly executed. Those 3 reds in a line there, just above the black, will be the target for Kyren Wilson. If he can just drop the cue ball onto those, it'll be safe. But he hasn't hit this hard enough. What a mistake from Kyren Wilson. He misjudged the line, but more importantly, massively underestimated the pace.
1.
Higgins spoke after his victory over Trump about how proud he is of himself to still be doing what he's doing at this stage of his career, and he's of the view that he's a better player than he's ever been, and you can see what he's getting at when you consider the depth of the field these days and the quality at the top of the
8.
game. To still be appearing in finals of this magnitude speaks volumes, not only for his skill, but his resilience. Above all, he still loves to compete. That's why he's here. And he's had some difficult times. Of course, before he won the World Open last season, he'd gone 4 years without a ranking title. Could have been forgiven for packing his cue away for good, but he kept plugging away and he's been handsomely rewarded.
16.
But to win a title like this, at this stage of the game, would be perhaps his finest achievement. His 10th Triple Crown title, if he can make it happen, to tie up Mark Selby, who won his 10th at the UK. And he started very confidently. He looks the more relaxed of the two in the early stages.
23.
It was interesting to look at the players' demeanour backstage just before they walked out into the auditorium. John Higgins looked rather pensive, certainly very focused and concentrated. You could see that he meant business. Kyren had smiles and was having a chat with somebody backstage. Complete contrast in the two players just before they walked out, but it is serious business, this. It's a final of a major, major event, one of the biggest in the sport. And it isn't time for fun and games. It's tough out there. Now, John didn't pot that red very clean. He's high on the black now. Shouldn't be a problem. But he needs to be precise with the cue ball here. And now we'll be forced to go up the table for the blue.
39. $40.
Clever thinking from John Higgins. He's held the blue spot with the cue ball, so that goes on the pink spot, which now means he has
45.
very little work to do with the cue ball here to get back onto the blue if he desires that. Could run through for the black, but perhaps his intention is to screw back a foot or so for the blue to the opposite corner. nicely on the blue, but can he reach it? If he has to play it with the rest, it makes a big difference. And there's no guarantee of position here because he will be cannoning into another red or two. It's not great. He has a red to the left corner,
51.
but very awkward cueing. He may not even take this on.
Wilson left Higgins this chance in trying to escape from the snooker.
Extend the spider. Like a long.
Oh, Phil, I don't like this. Extended spider he's called for, the bridge rest. The red above the cue ball is the one he's got to cue over, but he's so far away from his work here. He won't be able to judge accurately how far the tip of the cue is from the cue ball. And if I were Tatiana, I'd be having a close look at this. I don't like this. I wouldn't be taking this on personally.
So I can see I'll stand here. Yeah.
It's a horrible shot to have to play. Just cueing from that height for starters, but as you say, the distance you're away from where you're aiming. And there's still plenty of points there for a counter-attack if something does go wrong here for Higgins.
Well, the other question, Phil, I've got to ask, can he guarantee position on the black from this if he plays it with topspin, which is all he can do? Oh, I don't like this. You've got to consider the scoreboard. Kyren hasn't got in yet. He's a frame behind, nearly 2 frames behind. Don't make a mistake now. And there you go.
John Higgins.
It didn't look likely to end well, and it hasn't for Higgins. He's smiling now. But it has given Kyren Wilson an in the second frame. So 46 the deficit.
Well, we'll have to wait and see what Kyren does from this opportunity. But if you were to win the frame from this, it could throw an entirely different light on the potential outcome of this final.
One.
Anywhere but there. The table has played like lightning this week. That little cannon off the second red. Scuppering position.
Blue ball. Kyren Wilson, 1.
So John Higgins not paying the price for that ambitious attempt to pot one with the long stuff. Still 75 available.
Well, John can attempt this cut into the right-hand corner pocket. He can also try and get the cue ball in behind the brown as well.
On both occasions, Kyren Wilson has been finalist. He was been beaten 10-7, of course, last year by Sean Murphy. 2018, Mark Allen. Looking to complete the second leg of the Triple Crown. He would love to add his name to that list of 11 players to have won all three. World, UK and Masters. Very close. Higgins' long game has been a revelation this week. It's not necessarily been an area of strength for him in more recent years, but this week, particularly against Barry Hawkins, he was outstanding from long range. But the red is there for Wilson as he looks to get back into this second frame. And he's hit it too thick. This is an uncertain start from Kyren Wilson.
Well, Kyren will know exactly why he missed that, but when you play a shot over that distance at that pace, it's very possible that the cue ball could have just rolled off a centimetre. That's all it would have taken for that mistake to have occurred.
Thank you. 1. Eight.
Two more reds would certainly seal the frame for Higgins. Rather more straightforward red shot than the one he had just now. But it's just wide.
Higgins,
So Higgins unable to kill off the frame. There's still hope for Kyren Wilson. 53 behind, 67 left.
Just beginning to decelerate a little bit through the ball now, John Higgins. He's almost guiding a couple of these balls into the pockets. He was short of pace on the black. Didn't cue through that. He would have been short again on the black. Now can Kyren punish these mistakes?
1.
It's only his third pot so far. It's not quite been the start Wilson would have been looking for, but that won't matter if he can steal this one. And of course, he was able to steal spectacularly last night to force a decider against Wu Yize. It was only 46, the clearance, but what a clearance, and what a time to produce it.
9.
Yes, didn't pot it cleanly.
$16. 17.
Just didn't catch enough of that red. I don't think that will cut in. But the red above it to the left centre will cut in. But the tendency is, if you miss these, is to miss them on the thick side, and you can easily leave the red on if you do that. So this is an important shot that Kyren's about to attempt.
That might be the best shot Kyren Wilson has hit in the final so far. Very missable. Well negotiated.
And Philly was looking at the brown previously, but he's finished beautifully on the yellow. And to have that back on the spot will be a big help. It's a natural angle to run towards that red near the left corner, but the pot is still missable. It's a fairly acute cutback, this, but position is assured.
A new favourite for the frame. John Higgins has had a couple of opportunities to put it away. Missed with the rest just now into this pocket.
28. Thirty-one. 33.
Still needs all the remaining colours to win this frame on the black and get his first frame on the board. So still work to do. The pink, of course, will be a problem getting onto the black.
He has missed 4 with the rest. He'd be many people's pick as the best with that implement in the game. But this would be an important early steal in this final, because Higgins was looking the more assured of the two.
40.
Looking likely to go 2-0 up.
Oh, this is the key shot coming up now, position to the pink.
45.
Doesn't want to be dead straight. Oh, that could be an awkward angle. That could be an awkward angle. He can still get onto the black, but this will be quite a power shot. This needs to slow down. It's not bad. Kyren will be happy with that, but it's still missable.
To pinch an early frame in the Masters final, he looked like losing. That's big for Kyren Wilson, the 2 times finalist. Steals one from John Higgins, who look memories of the tournament, but we're back live. Kyren Wilson breaking off in frame 3, and he'll feel rejuvenated by the way he was able to pinch the second with that clearance of 58. to steal it on the black after John Higgins had looked set to double his lead. So one apiece. There's another 6 frames to come in this first session. So the possibility of parity. 10 being the target to walk away with the trophy.
That's quite some break-off. Players hate it, of course, when a red rebounds off the top cushion and comes up towards bulk. But if you can snooker that red, as Kyren has done there with the brown, it can create quite a problem for your opponent. And John doesn't have an easy safety here. There's no path back to bulk, and it's not even easy to get the cue ball into the side of the pack. So he's actually playing the red that he's closest to. That's all John could do there. He had to work out a way to get that cue ball on this top cushion. He's played a good shot. But it's not often that you see a player in that much trouble from the break-off shot.
With the red in baulk close to the yellow pocket, there's always a possibility of a re-rack here.
It's a situation in this case that can easily be avoided, provided one player is happy to take a slight risk in trying to avoid a re-rack. But if one player just wants to keep rolling up into the pack of reds every time, then it does become a much stronger possibility.
Very close twice. But the red's right over the hole.
One.
Is he on the blue? If he isn't, he's on nothing. And look at that. Well, he's actually playing a fractional swerve around the red, but the fact that he was down on the shot so quickly told you that it was a straightforward matter, and that was nigh on millimetre perfect for the blue, and Kyren
6.
is right in here.
Seven. 14. $15.
Has an angle to go into the pack of reds here, but does he prefer to remove some of these open potable reds before going into the pack? Control cannon, played it beautifully.
20. $21.
It would be quite a story from the mess he was in barely a month ago at the UK Championship when he talked about feeling like he was having a nervous breakdown in losing to Elliot Slessor, all at sea with his cue. He tried different tips, ferrules. Of course, the one he won the World Championship with had been damaged. And now, within one victory of winning his first Masters.
28.
Yeah, it's good you mentioned that, really, Phil, because, you know, in recent decades there have been some companies up north, one in Leeds, one in Stockton-on-Tees, Craftsman cues and Green Bay's cues, and professional players can go there and have quite a choice of modern-made, very high-quality cues to look at and
29.
choose from. And years ago you didn't have that, so you could be really, really stuck if you had an issue with your cue. But less so these days, and Kyren does seem to have remedied that cue problem.
Hit them pretty well. Tried to generate as much
34.
power as he could going into the reds, but at first sight, doesn't look as though he's had any joy positionally.
Touching ball.
Touching ball declared.
Oh, he has a big problem here. He can't do anything with the cue ball. He's just going to have to just tap it a few millimetres, I think, because he can't risk leaving that red on near the yellow pocket. OK, he could play the cue ball towards this left corner, but he's not really doing much. John Higgins may be able to play a good safety shot from this.
Kyren Wilson, 34.
A disappointing end to a promising break from Kyren Wilson, but a handy lead in this third frame.
Well, I'm not sure whether John wanted to see that red go into the pocket because he's got quite a tricky safety to play now. Don't think he had any intention of potting that red. Now,
Ping ball.
does he risk attempting this pink to the centre pocket. I think it pots, but it's a very tough pot. No.
John Higgins 1.
There was definitely doubt as to whether that was going to drop because it caught the cushion quite early.
Early? About 6 inches above the pocket. I can't believe that red dropped.
We've had 22 centuries this week, of which Wilson has made 6. Highest break remains in the modern era, a relatively modest 137, the total clearance that Wu started the tournament with against Sean Murphy. Pretty unusual not to be in the 140s in terms of the high breaks. We've already had 18 maximums this season. We've still got bags of tournaments to come. Smashed the record of 15 set last season.
It's amazing how a match can suddenly change. John Higgins, for a frame and a half, looked so good. Just began to show signs of tentativeness halfway through that second frame and just made a couple of mistakes, which allowed Kyren a bit of a foothold into that second frame, which he eventually won, of course, and he looks a different player now.
$15. $20. $21.
Oh, he's perfectly on this pink. If he can cannon the right-hand red of those 3 together, he should be on a choice of reds.
The winning shot, surely, in this third frame. So Wilson has picked himself up from a slightly uncertain beginning. John Higgins missing with the rest. Allowed in the chance, and he took it impressively with the clearance to steal on the black of 58, and he's backed it up in this third frame. Higgins missing the pink. Wilson making full capital from the chance.
34. $35. $41.
Frame long since over. Wilson looking to entertain the crowd a bit at the back end of it.
Kyren Wilson, 41.
Got in with 34, lost position, but when Higgins missed the pink, Wilson was ready to strike with 41 to take the lead at 2 frames to 1. Session, possible 11 tonight, first to 10 to be champion.
Again, a red has been brought up above the line of the blue spot, and I think Kyren can cut it in. Cue ball will be guaranteed to rebound off the top cushion and back towards the bolt colours, so no real danger in this. Kyren will be disappointed to have missed that. It was a good chance.
Even more so to leave the red for Higgins. Wow. That's a surprise. Higgins has overcut the red after Kyren Wilson undercut it.
One.
Just gone off the boil slightly, John, since the middle of that second frame. So big chance now for Kyren to take advantage of that and keep the pressure on John Higgins.
6. 7. 14.
Big disparity in the shot times between the players. John Higgins is now averaging 31 seconds a shot. He rarely plays well
15.
when he plays at that sort of pace. Kyren Wilson, conversely, averaging 25 seconds a shot, which is a little slow for him.
Surveying the scene.
22.
It doesn't look too promising at first sight for Wilson in terms of continuing this break.
He's been very unlucky there. He could attempt the very thin cut to the left centre to play for the black to the left corner, because all of those reds seem to be blocking one another. But the problem is the cut on the red is so thin, it's just highly unlikely he would pot it. What's he looking at here, I wonder? There's no double on, the pink's in the way.
Still trying to digest the disappointment of not landing on one, because Wilson's got all of the momentum at the moment. He was eyeing a 3-1 lead there. As it is, just the safety.
Kyren Wilson, 22.
And not the best he's ever played either, as he left the red.
Oh, he has, Phil. Kyren didn't stun the cue ball anywhere near enough there. There was too much topspin on it. Now, can John just settle himself back down and get in here? The pot's still missable, particularly if he tries to play for the black from it.
That's a very good return for Higgins in this tournament. Nearly 3 out of 4 from distance. The crowd enjoyed that one. There's a lot of love for Higgins here in North London. He got a wonderful ovation when he walked in. They both did. They recognise what he has contributed to this game, the fact that he's still able to produce the level that he is, closing in on his 51st birthday. He's still in the world's top 5, for goodness sake. A record-extending 32nd appearance here. Having slipped out of that 16 for precisely 1 week last season after Neil Robertson won the English Open.
6.
John could have done with being absolutely dead straight on this red. He's going to have to play a good positional shot here from this red.
7.
That's pretty good. Chance now for John Higgins to level this match up at the mid-session interval.
A double whammy for Wilson, failing to get position and then a rather loose safety, allowing Higgins, hand on table, the red into the right corner.
Thirteen.
Well, that's not the red that John wanted to be on. The red just to the left of the pink would have been ideal, but he can't see enough of it. So if he wants to get high side of the blue, he'll have to play this with a lot of left-hand side.
$14.
Didn't want to risk it. So in and out of bulk with the cue ball, it shouldn't be a problem. But again, the cue ball's going to be travelling a long way.
Could have been a good deal worse, having
90.
got the inadvertent cannon on the green. At least he's got the cue ball just below the blue. So shouldn't be a problem to continue the break.
$20.
John won't be happy that he's not straighter on this black, though. Again, he's going to have to cannon into the balls just to stop the cue ball from running away.
$27.
He's very close to the red with the cue ball. Running through for the black will not be easy from here. It would be a lot easier to screw back a few inches instead. But if he does, he may be hampered on the black. So he's not out of the woods just yet.
35. $36.
Higgins certainly taking his time over this visit, but clearly it's a very important one, having made such a promising start. A 3-1 reverse at the interval would be a bit of a setback, so it's a big visit.
$44. $51.
Still needs 3 of these remaining 5 reds, John Higgins. You can pop the red into the right centre. He could screw back for the black if he wishes, but he seems intent on playing for the pink to the left corner.
$52.
I'm a little surprised that he prefers the pink, because I'm just wondering how he gets on to his next red from here. I just wonder if he's played himself into a bit of an awkward situation here.
His third half century of the final, but of course the second one he made in frame 2 ultimately was to no avail.
58.
Lost it on the black.
Oh, he certainly didn't want to have to be playing this red. It's trickier than it needed to be. Is it in? No. But again, I'll go back to John playing for the pink previously. Did he put himself into a bit of a situation there?
It was a bit of a painstaking break from Higgins, and that red has somehow, despite doing a tour of the lip, stayed out. So Wilson eyeing another possible very significant steal here from 36 behind.
One.
Nothing safe.
Well, dead straight on this red
6.
is ideal to hold for the pink to the opposite corner, to run through then for the red nearest to the black.
Seven.
Didn't hold the cue ball well enough. He's going to have to play for the red in bulk now. That's not great.
13.
Just the wrong side of straight on this red. So still hope for John Higgins yet in this fourth frame, because I know he has a lead, but he's currently second favourite to win this frame.
14.
And that's a superb recovery positional shot from Kyren.
Nineteen.
He played a very good brown to the red, but he was still a little high on it. Had to cannon the black, but he's judged it beautifully. One more good positional shot. Should be all that stands in the way of a 3-1 interval lead. And that's good enough.
26. $28.
He needs up to the pink.
$31. $35.
And this will sting for John Higgins. Second time already in this Masters final. He's made a half century, seemingly to no avail. Missed the red
40.
to that right centre pocket. And Wilson showing what a clinical champion he is. To pop the pink, to take the early advantage. Kyren Wilson leads at the first interval of the Masters final.
From John Higgins' point of view, Kyren Wilson, just 34 years of age, 16 years the junior of John Higgins, makes a difference. Well, that's an excellent safety from John Higgins. I can't see a path back to bulk here for Kyren Wilson. In fact, I can't see an easy safety shot to play at all unless he just decides to play very slowly into the red that's just to the right of the pink. That red near his cue tip. Now, if you were to just knock that forward into the four reds below it, leave the cue ball pretty much where the red is, I think it'd be very safe. That's all I can see that he can play, really.
Wilson, 4.
Having missed to that pocket at a crucial juncture in the fourth frame, he now finds it when he didn't want to. Was awkward cueing.
Well, this is another interesting part of snooker. Now, John has made quite a mistake there, but if Kyren misses this red, and he has, John could benefit from that mistake that he's just made. And he should benefit from it because he has a very makeable red on here now into the green pocket.
"11 long pots attempted so far in this final, just 3 executed by the two players combined. Kyren Wilson, traditionally a very good long potter. Higgins certainly has been this week. But it was a misrest shot in the second frame that turned the mini session Wilson's way.
Well, look where that cue ball's finished. Right in the middle of the table, above the blue. So that suggests to me that both yellow and green are dead straight. But if one of those two reds above the black were available into the right corner, it should be just a straightforward screw back. But even better for John, if that red to the left of the black will pot into the right corner, that would be a great red to play for, to get that out of the way. But he doesn't have an angle to work with here. He's just got to play a direct screw back from the green. Well, he must have a fraction of angle to be playing this with topspin. Oh, needs a bit of luck here. This might not finish well for John Higgins.
4.
And it hasn't.
John Higgins, 4.
Kyren Wilson's normal average shot time would be 22, maybe 23 seconds per shot. But when you're playing somebody like John Higgins, who's so tactically good, you'll always be forced to play a lot slower because you'll have a lot more to think about. Patsy Fagan there, alongside his wife, very keen snooker fans. They attend a lot of tournaments, actually. London Irishman, probably doesn't live too far away from the Ali Pali. When was it? He won the UK, Phil, was it 1977, I think?
Indeed. Wonderful player. And that's a good red from Higgins, who really needs to get something going here. There's been an absence of fluency to Higgins' snooker since that opening frame. Bare minimum from here for the rest of the afternoon would be to share this session.
Six.
Well, he's not in good position again here, John. Choice of two possible reds, but from a positional point of view, they're not great.
Seven.
Well, that could have finished a lot worse. There's still a lot of pressure on this blue, particularly if John needs to play it with the rest. But he can screw back about 18 inches for red to the right corner here. But the shot, which ordinarily I'd expect John to knock in, I'm not so sure at the moment.
Another shake of the head and a puff of the cheeks from Higgins.
12.
Didn't want to be as close to the side cushion as that.
And that's exactly the problem with the shot now, Phil. He's only able to play this with topspin. The black doesn't go into the left corner. The pink's available into the left centre, but you can't really play for it. This is all very awkward for John Higgins, and he's developed the reds now, so one mistake here could be very costly.
Put everything into the pot, but the cue ball has drifted to the baulk cushion. Everything's a bit of a struggle at the moment for the 4 times world champion.
Yellow ball. John Higgins, 13.
Oh, that's an excellent safety shot. It's exactly the sort of safety that John needs to find now.
That's one area of Higgins' game, even when he's struggling a bit, as he is right now when he's in amongst them, that is always going to be rock solid. One of the greatest tacticians in the history of the sport. Perhaps only Mark Selvey can rival him in that department. So this frame already into its 16th minute. Still 11 reds on the table.
It's worth mentioning as well, because I can relate to this. As you get older as a player, you tend to be more comfortable playing safety shots than you are taking on long pots, and that's always a problem in snooker, certainly, because it's a young man's game, really, and most of the players at the top of the tree are great attacking potters, and John was certainly one of those, and still is. But it's just the way the mind changes through the decades. A much younger John Higgins would be very comfortable taking on difficult long balls, but I'm sure these days he's most comfortable when he's playing a tactical style of snooker, and that's a mistake.
It's not a great table, clearly. A lot of reds have fallen into awkward spots. And when the frames become awkward like this, all fluency evaporates from the player's game, so the shots become that much harder. But it's Higgins at the moment who has to try and make the running to get himself right back in this final. 3-1 is hardly a crisis, but he won't be happy with the way he's playing at the moment. And even the doubles aren't going in. That's never a good sign.
Nearly fluked to snooker, but Kyren should be able to avoid the cannon on the black with the cue ball and return it to bulk. But the red he's played has become potable, but what a flick on the green. It's left the cue ball tight against the bulk cushion. And now I don't think John dare take it on, because the cue ball would almost certainly cannon into a red on the top cushion. Is he taking it on? Is there a little gap between the two reds below the one he's taking on? Or will he just cannon into the red that's on the top cushion? He did. It was a long way off the pot, though.
That's quite a fall from what he's been producing from long range in this tournament. But it's such a difficult frame now. The table very unappetizing.
Well, this red will certainly cut in, and the cue ball will be travelling up towards bulk. So there's not too much risk attached to this, and I don't expect Kyren to miss it, if I'm honest. But can he get onto a colour?
One. Kyren Wilson, 1.
Well, it's full of variety, Phil.
Cries have come on John, but good luck making a break here.
Well, if John can pot the red and play for the green, he'll have a lovely angle on it to crash into those 5 reds along the top cushion there.
1.
I'm sure he can pop the red closest to the black. Just depends how he wants to play this. He could play a cannon into the red close to the pink to hold for the black. Would be the easiest thing to do, I suppose, because it is thin, this red.
Ten. Eleven.
So now the pink's out of commission as well. Higgins will do very well to make anything of substance here. And in the event, he's missed the black. Very, very awkward frame, this. And you can tell Higgins isn't enjoying himself in the Masters final at the moment.
Now, can Kyren cut this black as thinly as possible to cannon into the two reds below the black spot? Oh, he's played a good shot. Very good shot there. I wonder how Kyren will go about this. I wonder if he'll play for the red next that's below the black. Because if he can get onto the black into the left corner
9.
and leave himself high on it, he could come off the top cushion and cannon into those 3 or 4 reds on the side cushion and bring those into play. But is he too high on the black to hold for this red? Won't be easy.
Kyren Wilson, 9.
It's one of those frames which is likely to be quickly forgotten in terms of quality, but very important, particularly for Higgins. If Wilson wins it, then he's guaranteed no worse than a share of this session, but he'll be eyeing a big lead.
Well, if John doesn't take that red on along the top cushion, Kyren Wilson will begin to think that John is losing his confidence. Preferred the double, though. And that time, he was successful. Certainly risky. He's very straight on this black. These 22 points, which John has to his advantage once this black is potted, could be very useful with these reds being so awkwardly positioned.
Eight. John Higgins, 8.
A suggestion that conditions are a little heavier today than perhaps we've seen for most of this tournament, where the table has generally played lightning fast. But very, very difficult to strike up any rhythm when the balls are as awkward as they have been in this frame from the get-go. Kyren Wilson suggesting a re-rack. I don't think we're going to have one of those with Higgins 22 in front. And that's a bigger lead than it sounds, given the state of the balls. .59 remaining.
Well, I wonder if Kyren can double that red towards the other three and stun the cue ball in behind the brown. I'd be wanting, if I could, to cluster those 4 reds together. That's a really good safety shot from John Higgins. And I'm wondering if Kyren will play, just slowly into them. I was just going to say, because you wouldn't want to play a safety off the 3 reds with any pace. You could bring them into play. Kyren could take this red on. There's a path back to bulk. Oh, superb pot. Particularly given the fact that both of these players have been playing a lot of safety in this frame. A frame that's been in progress almost half an hour now.
Kyren Wilson, 1.
play this red towards the other two, he can use the pink as a snookering ball. And he's played this very well indeed. Even if it isn't a snooker, John Higgins could be bringing reds into play here. Might be judicious just to come off the side cushion and rest upon these three reds rather than to play a thin safety off them. Has he left the red on? No, not quite.
This frame turning into a battle of wills and patience. Higgins with this handy lead, but he's had handy leads already this afternoon and they've not ultimately counted in his favour. 2 half-centuries in frames that he lost.
Cue ball just flicked off the brown, John Higgins could have been in trouble. It was a good pot from John Higgins, but there was a trace of check side on the cue ball there, so he couldn't have struck it cleanly.
Six.
Red. Colour red required to win what would be a very important frame for John Higgins.
Yeah, of course.
It's been a real epic, but Higgins won't care as long as he wins it. That puts him within one frame. Chance to get out of this session in good shape and give himself a good chance this evening. So, after nearly 36 minutes, Higgins has frame ball. Yet another shot with the rest. This is his 12th of the final. And a very important one. So sheer graft and persistence has got Higgins, barring snookers, this fifth frame to stay in touch.
$16. $18. $21. $25. $30.
Not pretty, but pretty important for John Higgins as he closes the gap after losing 3 on the bounce. 4 times world champion with a chance to level the Masters final.
Well, certainly not the break-off shot that John Higgins was looking for there, but with all the safety that was played in that last frame, how will it have affected Kyren Wilson's potting eye, I wonder? Not at all by the look of it. Oh, great red. Just overscrew that slightly, but he can still hold for the blue to the left centre.
$6.
But I think, as the studio analysts were suggesting, Alan and Jimmy, that this table's playing a little more heavy today and is noticeably slower than it was yesterday.
You see it so often, but it's never any less frustrating for the player for whom it happens to. Got a great contact on the pink. Slap on the nose, but in goes the red as well. Yes, 58, the highest break in the final to date. We've had 3 of those, actually. Higgins made one in a losing cause in frame 2. But maybe things are beginning to turn his way.
1.
Well, this will be John Higgins' turn to go into the reds. He won't have a choice. Now, will he be more fortunate? Oh, he nearly missed the black. Is he on a red? I think he may be on the red to the left corner. I'm not certain.
8.
Maybe he isn't. Maybe he's on nothing. John's not convinced that this red will pot. Normally your first sight is the correct one. If initially you look at it and you don't think it goes, it probably doesn't.
John Higgins, 8.
Kyren's turn to have a look at it. Does he think it pots? He certainly isn't dismissing it yet. Still looking at it.
Do you want to re-rack? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And they've decided to start again. So Wilson a bit unlucky to knock the red in along with the blue, but Higgins also not getting any joy in going into them and landing on one. So this is turning into quite a lengthy first session of the final. Still a scheduled 3 frames to come.
Oh, Phil, I'm going to have to revisit the rule book. Since when could the players tell the referee to re-rack the balls? I thought it was the other way around, if anything. That wasn't a stalemate, was it?
Well, the referee's decision is final, but I think if the players are agreed that it's not going to go anywhere, then the referee inevitably will not take issue with that. And given that we've just had a frame that lasted the best part of 40 minutes, no need to delay things any further. Take 2, frame 6.
Does the straight red to the left corner pot? Can Kyren get past the yellow to see enough of it? Probably not. I think he's looking at the red to the right of the pink in open play. Eagle-eye cameraman there looking at a 3-ball plant.
He knocked in a great red at the start of the re-rack frame, but that one was a long way off from Wilson. But of course, it's so difficult to maintain any rhythm in your game when you've just endured a frame like we had in the 5th, when it was bits and pieces from start to finish. Higgins eventually falling over the line for 3-2. It's not doing anything for the pot success of these two players. Wilson now down at 86, as is Higgins with that miss.
And this is already looking like it might be a long and lengthy tactical frame. Black tied up, reds are not great at the moment. And the problem is with that red that's nearest the left corner, Both these players will be very careful with their safety shots, and I don't think they're willing to take any risks at the moment. I don't think either player has the confidence to take any risks. They're just beginning to struggle a little bit. Well, John was lucky there that this red isn't pottable directly, but if I'm honest, it's not too difficult to swerve around the blue. And if Kyren could pot the red, he may well be on the pink to the left centre. He can't leave that red there. But if I were playing this, I'd be a little disappointed not to pot it. And he has. He played it with more pace than I thought he would. And he's been a little unlucky there not to be on the blue.
Brown ball. Kyren Wilson 1.
Handy nudge off the brown to leave Wilson right under the baulk rail, but of course this red does go. But it made the shot more difficult. He didn't get close. It's just a very awkward period of the match at the moment. Both players struggling to find any fluency. Both having to show a lot of patience.
Yeah, this is when the game is far more mentally testing. Because a succession of failed potting attempts and poor safeties just affects your confidence as well, and it changes your shot choices, it changes everything really.
Safety very much the order of the day in this passage of play. Higgins acknowledging a good one from Wilson.
There is an outside chance of a pot here to the left corner, but Kyren would have to be just a little careful not to cannon into the red that's closest to the right centre pocket there. Oh, what a pot. Oh, that's a wonderful pot from Kyren. But I don't think he'll fancy playing the brown at pace. If he does, it's a big risk.
Kyren Wilson, 1.
Kyren Wilson's average shot time now, 27 seconds.
Indicative of how difficult the snooker has been in the last couple of frames in particular. Higgins now up to 33 average shot time. That is a lot. But when you're not making breaks and there's a lot of thinking time involved in playing the safeties, it's inevitable, really.
Another big misjudgment from John. Is there a path through to the red near the right centre? If there isn't, there is another red that will cut to the right corner. And this is now an altogether better table from Kyren's point of view because the pink is in the clear. And there are a good 5 or 6 possible reds as well. So he can score quite well from this opportunity, really.
Confirmation of how awkward things have been. Highest break of just 9 in the last couple of frames.
5.
But this is an opportunity to put that right.
$11.
Well, this needs to be judged well. He's going to be playing for the pink to the left corner here, but he needs to get enough pace in the cue ball. And nowhere near
12.
it. I think the best Kyren can do now is to drop the pink in. And if he plays it slowly and misses the pink, it's a negative way of thinking, I know, but he can block the pocket by playing this slowly, and he'll be on the red that's left of picture now. Again, it's a tough pot, this, with the rest, because he has a bit of work to do with the cue ball again.
Absolutely muscled that red in, Wilson. Trying for all he's worth to carve out something of substance here. The table still not ideal, obviously. The black, not for the first time today, in an awkward spot.
That's a little bit awkward, but I think Kyren can play for the pink here into the right-hand centre pocket. Oh, he's gone up for the
22.
blue and misjudged it. But he should be okay to come in and out of bulk and play for one of the two reds next to the pink into the left-hand corner now.
$27. $28.
Oh, we saw a shot there of the black, which will pot into this left corner.
34.
Somehow Kyren needs to be able to get into those reds and develop them. And I think the black is the ideal choice of colour to play for.
$35.
But he wanted to be a lot straighter on it than this. This black has now become a very tricky little pot.
It was always heading to the near jaw. So the break ends at 35. Still plenty of points there for Higgins. How he would love to turn the tables from a couple of earlier frames when he was well in front and Wilson pinched them. One on the black, one on the pink. No one's been better down the years than this man at overturning deficits. He did it most spectacularly, of course, the last time he won this title 2 decades ago with a 64 break after Ronnie O'Sullivan had made 60 to win on the last black in the last Masters to be staged at the Conference Centre at Wembley.
Well, we can see the black spot, but does the black spot on it, is there enough room? I don't know whether John will want the black on its spot or not there, because it would tie a red up, even though the black is out of commission for the time being. These 3 reds around the black spot area are now all potable.
Nine.
It's going to all come down to those 2 reds together, though. At the end of the day, at the end of this frame, John Higgins will still be a few points behind. And he'll need to bring those 2 reds together into play to win the frame at this visit.
15. Sixteen.
He could have played that better. He could have really done with being much closer to this red so as to be able to control the cue ball better for ideal position on the pink, because he's got to leave an angle on the pink to be able to get into those 2 reds. He needs to be high on the pink just to run the cue ball down into them. But he'll need to play a good shot now from here.
$23.
Well, I think he played for the pink. Pink's no good now. The angle isn't there, but there's just about enough room to stun past the pink to catch the reds from the blue, but it's a big ask. Is he coming off the side cushion? Is he straight enough on the blue here to play this? No. Never looked on that angle.
28. John Higgins, 28.
So Higgins back in the frame with 28 after Kyren Wilson overcut the black. Just 9 points between them, 43 left. And all the colours in play. The brown slightly awkward, close to the baulk cushion. Mistake.
Well, Kyren there played the old billiards double kiss shot, but struck it so off centre that he's left the red on. John may have to play a slight swerve around the blue here, but it won't be difficult. John looking away there suggests to me he doesn't like the angle on this red. It's very straight, but he does have a touch of angle to work with, as you can see.
We've had over an hour of snooker since the interval.
13.
But Higgins, through sheer tenacity, and both have shown a lot of that to get to this final,
15.
is poised to level the final. If he can get from brown to blue.
He's not perfectly on this green. He may have to just come across the face of the brown to play it into the same pocket. Not guaranteed to play this well.
18.
This is the key shot then. He only needs the blue.
He's really feeling it, John Higgins. He just can't seem to get down on the shot and play it without having to get up again and recompose himself.
But he's played it well. Bringing his vast experience of match play snooker in the biggest tournaments to bear. Nowhere near his best, but still competing for all he's worth, John Higgins. A frustrating couple of frames for Kyren Wilson, who's seen his lead wiped out. John's wife Denise approves because he's levelled at 3 frames all.
Almost plummeted since the interval.
Thank you. Frames.
Well, surely John will attempt this red to the left corner. The cue ball nowhere near the bolt cushion. And he can run through for the black. If he leaves the cue ball parallel to the black, well, the red he's taking on is the only one he could leave if he missed it. And he has left it. A little unlucky. That was quite nicely struck by John. He only missed it by a centimetre, something like that.
One. Eight. 9. Sixteen. 17.
That average shot time a good deal higher than Wilson would normally be, but that's reflective
24.
of the attritional snooker that we've seen in the last couple of frames in particular. This is a chance to re-establish fluency, and he's become
25.
a much more aggressive player, Wilson, since he won the world title. He's really gone after the balls, backed himself, looked to really impose his game on his opponents, and did so to great effect last season with those 4 ranking titles as world champion.
Well, he has an angle on the black to go into them, but they're a dreadful pack to go into from the black. I don't blame him for playing up for the red to the right corner. And he can still maintain position on the black from this red. There's still a red that will pop to the left corner once this one has been removed. Does Kyren play for the black, though?
33.
This will be the 5th black coming up. Just a touch straight on it, perhaps. And a long way short of pace, but probably intentional, because in potting this red,
40.
he can flick off the side of the pack, bring other reds into play, and he'll probably attempt to be on the blue here. Oh, I'm amazed he played it with so much pace. He trusted to luck in the end. He hedged his bets, and it's finished very nicely. He could have brought a few more reds into play, if I'm honest. I'm surprised he didn't.
He struck those quite beautifully. Right into the heart of the reds, which are now spread delightfully. So what a chance this is for Wilson.
45.
After the frustrations since the interval, 2 long frames which ultimately didn't go his way.
I'd like to have another go at that shot, though.
52.
He wanted to be straight on this black to maintain... I beg your pardon, he wanted to be straight on this red to maintain position on the black. He can't play for the black now.
$53.
And couldn't play top side of the blue. So a good positional shot required now. 2 balls away from making the highest break of the match.
$58. $59.
Colour, red colour, should suffice for Wilson to retake the lead. And this has been a very positive break from Wilson.
64.
Played that lovely cannon to give himself the chance to kill this frame off in one visit, which now looks highly likely. Just the antidote to two difficult frames which went against him.
65.
So that's the frame one.
72.
And with it, a guarantee
73.
of parity at the very least at the end of this first session. But with the chance to emerge with a two-frame advantage.
And a chance to beat the highest break of the tournament so far, set on day one, with that 137 break. Of course, by Ruiz, who lost in that dramatic semi-final yesterday.
Yes, that would be rubbing salt into the wound, wouldn't it? Having come within a few balls of the Masters final on debut, to then also see the man who denied him relieve him of the £15,000 highest break prize. But given the complete absence of fluency since the interval, this has been an impressive visit from Wilson. Higgins took on the long red, only missed it by a fine margin, and Wilson has stepped in very impressively.
And Phil, the fact that Kyren played the black there, not the pink, tells me he's fully aware of the highest break situation.
96.
For his 7th century of the tournament. Ruiz's high break is safe for now, but Kyren Wilson coming back to life in impressive fashion with a ton. Sure parity for himself going into tonight's finale. Terrific. Another great long pot from Wilson. And well and truly in stroke again now. Another uber positive shot from Wilson. He got a great split in the previous frame. He's willing that red to slow down. And he's on one to this right centre. And he's opened them very nicely.
Well, he's a little high on this blue. Oh, I can't believe he's playing the yellow. Amazed he's playing the yellow in preference to the blue. But he's played it very well. On such a heavy cloth, as it undoubtedly is now, to get the cue ball there was excellent.
Eight.
And I think judging by the way Kyren has played the majority of this match, particularly after the interval, he'd be delighted if he can manage to obtain a 5-3 advantage going into this evening's final sessions. But it is a session, this afternoon's session in its entirety, that I'm sure will have taken a lot out of both of these players.
Whoever does lift the Paul Hunter Trophy at some point this evening will certainly have earned it.
14.
Given the way both were able to come from behind in their previous two matches. This has been a real battle, but Wilson stepping it up here.
$15.
Kyren mustn't allow any thoughts of a 5-3 lead to enter his head. He's just got to stay focused and concentrated and stay in the moment and pot these balls, pot what's in front of him.
22. 23.
John Higgins battled away from 3-1 down to get himself level. But Wilson has really stepped on the gas and is threatening to go too clear again.
30.
And watch that average shot time plummet now that he's in amongst them, cueing nicely.
$31.
Kyren's one of these players that even if he is struggling will always remain positive and play a positive game. He'll still go for difficult pots, even though he may have missed a few. Not everybody will play in that manner.
38.
I think his entire mindset was transformed by winning the World Championship. It's given him that extra layer of belief. He's always backed himself, Wilson, but he now knows
39.
he can beat the best. He can win the biggest titles. He's got his eye on that set of triple crowns, one in the bag. Could be another tonight. And I think it would be a major surprise. And remember, he's still only 34 with a lot of snooker ahead of him if he doesn't
45.
win the Triple Crown. And he could well win many of these in the years ahead. He's so dedicated.
46.
Leaves nothing to chance. Gives it his all, both on the practice table and in the heat of battle.
He's a bit short of pace on this black, though. He may well have to play a cannon into the reds here. Tricky little cutback. No problem, though. Is he on a red? Well, he is, but not perfectly.
53. 54. $56. $57.
So, looking to apply the finishing touches to another very impressive break. Another brilliant long red to get in.
64.
And this red will ensure he leads the Masters final at half-time.
65.
John Higgins has fought hard, as he always does, as he's done throughout this tournament. But he's going to have to find something extra in the second half of the final if he is
71.
to walk away with the trophy for a third time. Kyren Wilson making a move
72.
at the end of session one.
$79.
And now eyeing back-to-back centuries.
80.
And that was pretty much unthinkable half an hour ago, Phil.
Yeah, the pace has been changed radically by Wilson. Two frustrating frames. He determined he was going to go for it, and it's paid off handsomely.
86.
That couldn't have worked out much better. The highest break not on, but another century certainly is.
$94. $95.
Champion snooker from the former Crucible King, Kyren Wilson.
$104.
You'd probably quite like to stay out there now. He's on a roll,
107.
but he'll be delighted with the way he's finished what has been a tough session.
$111.
And John Higgins is seeing what he's going to have to do tonight to stay with him. Kyren Wilson has really upped the ante at the end of the first session of the Masters.
Session, which of course Wilson finished very strongly. It got quite bogged down, but he finished with 2 centuries to hold this 5-3 advantage.
Thank you.
Of course, both of these players have won 2 deciders each. Higgins needs to stay in touch in the early stages tonight, and if he does, then we could be set for another very close finish here this evening. I'm sure this crowd packed into the Ali Pali would love to see it. We've not had I'll say this right at the start of the night, we've not had a deciding frame finish to a Masters final for 16 years. Wilson O'Neill, good value for the lead, and particularly the way he finished. He really upped his game at the end of the session.
He certainly did, and he did put a little bit of extra stamp on it, didn't he, with those 2-century breaks. It hadn't appeared to be that kind of a session of snooker with half-centuries littered through the session, but then he did up his game. He'd like to have stayed out there, of course, as we always say, but I should think on the balance of it, he would have been happy enough with taking 5 of the 8 frames played. But, of course, tonight is where it's at. He knows that John Higgins could come back from the scoreline. He's come back twice before this week, albeit in shorter matches than this one. It's a brilliant shot. I mean, that really is. He was so close to the red at that kind of range. I mean, it's a terribly difficult shot to judge. And look at it, perfectly on the blue. Terrific. It's very difficult, if you finish a session well, to start the next session in the same vein. He'll be trying to do that here, of course, because he is on a long run of pots. Higgins hasn't potted a ball for 23 minutes, but that was, of course, this afternoon in the main.
7.
Yeah, he scored well in this tournament. He's made 8 centuries, which is only one off the all-time record in the Masters. Ali Carter made 9 2 years ago. But, of course, he finished runner-up, and he was leading the halfway stage to Ronnie O'Sullivan.
12.
Of course, there have been times when it's been level coming back, but 9 times the player trailing at halfway has won the Masters. So not that many, just 9. 3 of them, of course, were the man this trophy is named after, the late Paul Hunter.
$13.
Yeah, I was thinking that there was not a huge area to aim at there because there was that red sticking out, which was kind of in the way, it seemed.
18.
I guess if he gets further down the cushion, the red isn't in the way, but he'll be annoyed there. I know he's still got this red. Well, there you are. He didn't necessarily have to play that 2 cushion into the reds off the blue, but if he did play it, then he probably had hit the target to make it worthwhile. Well, that's not John's best safety shot. I'm not saying this long red would be easy if he played it. And he has got a safety shot if he thinks he doesn't want to take it on. But he's pretty aggressive as a player these days, Kyren, and I think he will play this red. Well, I think you deserve a decent kiss, having knocked in a crunching long red like this. But John's safety shot was not good enough by his standards, or the standards required. Safe to say that Kyren Wilson couldn't hide his disappointment 12 months ago to losing that final to Sean Murphy. I'm sure he'd feel a great sense of satisfaction if he could go one better this year.
It would have felt good on the way, but these pockets, apart from day one, really, have not been playing generous. So now this is a chance, potentially, for Higgins to get involved. Go back to the Tour Championship final last season. Higgins was actually 5-1 up against Mark Selby, but he lost 7 frames in a row. And he just thought, there's no way back. And then he came back from 8-5 to win 10-8. You can have spells in these best of 19s where you can struggle. As long as you can hold on and sort of win the odd frame, stay in touch, there's still time to play your best snooker. He hasn't yet in this final, but there's still time.
You wouldn't see John do that very often. He's shaking his head before a shot as if to say, well, I don't know how I'm going to pot this and get on a colour very easily. I said it before, I'll say it again. He is not the best dressed player in the game. He's adequate with it. And that one was a little too much for him, but I'm just looking across. What has he left? Maybe a thin red to left corner, that's all from up the table. There's none of those go. They're all blocking each other. Kyren might feel that he should have left him something easier from that kind of an error. Makes a big difference, doesn't it? He's not pushed that green to the top cushion and then nothing would have been potable again. It certainly does pot, and the cue ball is surely heading back down towards the business end, the reds. And he could be one shot away here from a great chance if he can land perfectly behind a red. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. What a thing to happen. I mean, it's not easy to judge those, but anywhere but there. Goodness. That could be a very important mistake, albeit very early in the session.
Well, this is what Higgins needed, I guess, to be handed an easier starter to stop that clock since he last posied one and get his arm going.
One.
Well, this is a big surprise, isn't it? It doesn't look that difficult on the blue to play the yellow.
Ball.
Interesting shot selection. Surely the blue is the shot, isn't it? Anyway, he's playing it. And he's played it beautifully, in fairness. I can't think many players would have played the yellow there. The blue was just off being the perfect angle, but he felt he couldn't perhaps quite control the cue ball.
Four.
But he has got it under control now.
We all know better
Nine.
not to write him off. Based not just on this week, but his whole career. Made his debut in the Masters as a teenager, 1995. Got to the final, lost to Ronnie O'Sullivan, another teenager. Won it 4 years later. Won it again 2006 on the black with a great clearance against O'Sullivan at the Conference Centre at Wembley. And he's in his first final in the event for 5 years. But of course, his first
Okay.
Alexandra Palace, that was COVID in the lockdown era in Milton Keynes. Nothing like this in terms of atmosphere. He's got his family here, proudly watching on.
Seventeen. Eighteen. $25. $26.
Well, the right-hand red of the 4 would be a lovely red to nudge here. It would put him on to 1 red to the left corner and might develop that red and the red by the pink as well. So, as that line suggests, it would be the beautiful cannon if you could get it right. That's good enough. That's good enough.
33. $34. $41.
Well, there have been so many important shots in the tournament, great shots, but maybe tonight so far the most significant was the in-off from Wilson because, of course, Higgins had missed with the rest before that. Nothing had gone for him. He hadn't potted anything. But this is just giving him a
42.
chance, as I say, to get his hand on the table, get involved in the match again. And most importantly, of course, make Wilson think about that in-off.
$49.
There were a couple of frames that weren't there this afternoon that he looked like he was going to win, just didn't quite close them out. So he still needs a couple of reds here.
Yes, and crucially not that red on the right cushion, it would seem. A slightly ticklish one, this, from underneath that cushion. It's one of these shots, if you put the cue ball out the foot, is unmissable, but there's just something about these. You can hit them to the near jaw, just rolling them in. No problem for John Higgins. And as Dave said, I think that in-off It's quite unbelievable, really. There's a red up in the bulk end
55.
as well, so John had an easy starter. And he needed something to be presented to him, didn't he? And it was eventually. And Kyren was in 3 times for that 22 points. And it's a snooker required now.
And if this goes in, this is John Higgins' highest break of the final. That's the thing about these big finals, of course, it's one match, but it's divided into 2 sessions. Wilson would have loved to just stay out there the way he was playing this afternoon. Higgins, I'm sure, was delighted to come off when they did. The red wriggles in, so it's going to be his frame.
$69. $71. John Higgins, 71.
Being off was massive. It allowed John Higgins in to make his highest break of the final.
A smattering of applause, but the break-off is not to John's liking. The red's gone too far, and it cuts in. Played it really well, in fact, because to cut it that thin and hold the cue ball, that's quite a difficult double act, actually. Perfectly played. Not too bad again, playing from the cushion. He's fighting early on in this break just to get position. He's not frightened to hit balls at a bit of speed, is he, Kyren? You know, he can really thump balls into the back of the pockets when he needs to.
$7.
Oh, good and bad. The reds split nicely, but is he going to be the beneficiary of those reds being split open? Because this black from the jaws is really quite a horrible little shot to be playing, but I feel he has to play it. He's looking up the other end of the table, so I'm starting to wonder whether he will. But
Green ball.
no, he's decided against it. Difficult balance sometimes. You want to be positive, you want to attack. Don't want to be playing safe here, but maybe he just feels the black is just
Kyren Wilson, 7.
a low percentage shot. What if Kyren's got a chance here to get in behind the green, but it would take a very thin contact on a red to land behind the green. anything, he hit it too thin in the end.
Kyren Wilson 4.
Something about that left middle pocket, isn't it? It feels like there's some kind of a magnet in there, sending the cue ball in, because this one seemed unlikely enough. Now, another big moment, another long red that Kyren will not be refusing this time. Well, that is not an easy shot to play, you know, playing it at that sort of lesser pace, almost a drag. A very good shot.
Eight. Nine.
Wilson would be the 26th different winner of the Masters. He would join a remarkable roll of honour, of course, full of some of the biggest names in the history of the sport. All that is kind of weighing heavy, isn't it? It's one that he's been trying to tick off for a few years. 2 appearances in the final, including last year.
Fourteen.
Could have finished better, couldn't it?
Yeah, and he thumped in the blue from a very awkward position with cueing. He certainly could have finished better. I'm not quite sure what he was intending. He looked at the red along the cushion. I mean, even with his rest play, that would be such a difficult shot. He's probably thinking, well, I refused one earlier. Can I keep refusing shots? You know, does this win me the frame if it goes in? Very possibly. But it all comes down to the degree of difficulty. However good he is as a rest player, you know, the potting angle's hard to find. So I think through gritted teeth, he's just playing a safety shot. He doesn't want to be doing this. And if he was going to play safe, it had to be a better one than that. So that is not good, actually. He now wishes he'd gone for the red down the cushion, if that was the shot he was going to play instead. It's a let-off for Kyren Wilson. One where first sightings is that there are nothing in the way of reds potable that are easy. So the odd error creeping in this frame. It's Kyren's opportunity to get his 2-frame lead restored.
Well, it's a hell of a pot, wasn't it? Because he was hampered.
It really was. I suppose he felt that, had he missed that red and it went along the cushion, the green was covering the other corner pocket and the value was there. But as you say, very accurate.
It's what I like about Kyren Wilson. He's got this sort of stubborn streak to him. You know, he feels, I think at any point he should be sort of playing better than he is, and that is what he uses for inspiration. So when things go wrong, he resolves to put them right.
And I think one example of that, Dave, would be the year that John Higgins beat him 13-2 at Sheffield. It was just the most one-sided match you'll see. I think he won the first 10 or something. And the next year, as on the way to being champion, he turned that result around completely against John. It's a serious drubbing, isn't it, that he received?
Oh, yeah, proper shoeing it was, yeah. And last year here, he lost, and what did he say? He said, I'm going to go and smash it in Germany. And he went to the next tournament, the German Masters, and he won it. Well, look at the Reds now. This is a major chance to go too clear again. It's not been the best season, has it? He won the Shanghai Masters, another big invitation event in the ranking events. Struggled with the cue. We've spoken about that at length, but seems to like this one. I think whatever happens here, he's going to be one of the front-line favourites at the Crucible. He doesn't have that curse hanging over him this year. We know that he can last the course there. He did 2 years ago. But certainly if he went there having won this, then I feel he'll have an even better chance.
17.
Oh, yes, he's on every shortlist, isn't he? He knows how to win it. He's got the game built for 2.5 weeks of tough match play. Anyway, this is... even by his standards, not an easy red shot. Wow, has he clung to that red? That's unbelievable.
23.
It's very unfortunate. I don't know if he can get to the red that he's close to in the middle. It looks quite an unpleasant outcome. Think that he's playing it, and again it's a little sort of fiddly shot, awkward. Oh my goodness.
Kyren
Well, I
Wilson.
knew it was fiddly, but I
23.
didn't. It's hard to describe that. Oh my word.
Please.
And the pressure is definitely cranking up, isn't it? You can, even for these two who've been the best players all week, they're feeling it. This is not easy over the ball to middle.
Pink is roared in. They both got a great reception at the start, but
7.
I think with Higgins' sort of years in the sport, there's a lot of people here pulling for him.
And on the assumption that the 5 reds in the middle of the table is going to end up potting, it all might revolve around the safe red. You never know what's going to be potted and missed, but
8.
John is pretty rock solid right now. And he'd be almost back to parity at the point of that tight on the cushion red coming into play.
Fourteen. $15.
Yeah, nicely found the gap between the 2 reds for the black.
$22. $23. $29. $30.
Oh goodness, he's had a real result there. That was not a good shot from John. That cue ball was not meant to go into the pink by any means. And the kiss is okay. He played low on the red, and he might think of moving the other red from it. He's not quite got there. He wanted to finish close to the black cushion and then pop the red and then send the other red out
36.
into open play, and he's not even on the red. So, as I said, the pressure is building on both of these players. And there's a lot of snooker still to be played.
Yeah, it's very tense, isn't it? It's only, like you say, it's only frame 10 of a possible 19.
He's a brilliant double, but I have to confess I'm a bit surprised that he played that double. And of course, you know, it would have been no shock had it gone in, but hitting the top jaw, it sends the red back down to where the cue ball is. Well, Kyren will be relieved he was out of his chair ever so quickly for this chance. I feel like one shot has to be played here. Pink. And if you can just avoid the line of the black for the red. Well, that's what John could not do.
8.
I think he'd be very relieved. He needs the yellow.
$13. 15.
Well, Higgins rolled the dice with the double, but it's cost him. But really what cost him was not getting on the penultimate red. An eventful start to tonight. It's been a lot happening in these two frames.
Absolutely, Dave. I mean, both players might have thought they could have won them both. It looks like they're going to be shared, but it very much could have been a question of both frames won by either one of these.
$22. $27.
Kyren Wilson delighted to get that opportunity to close the frame out, and that's what he's done. So we're back to where we've been before the last interval of this Masters final.
It's one of these shots, if you miss, you're hoping that the red will free itself from being possible.
$1.
He looks a little stronger, Kyren, doesn't he? I know that's easy because the score is 6-4, but that burst from 3, all those 2 centuries, is, of the 2, he's the only player that's looked like doing that. So far, and that's well played. There was not a great angle on that. He forced an angle.
8.
Yes, there's a red just very slightly loose. Not the one he's going to play now, but there's another red under the bunch. And he's finding out if it's anywhere on the left side of the table he could pot it and open the reds, which means he wouldn't have to play the split. Not sure what the outcome of it was. Well, there you are. He's decided to open them off that shot.
9.
Well, the balls are making a thunderous sound when they go in. But he's got that shot wrong. Lots of left-hand running side, but he was off the mark with the position.
Kyren Wilson, 14.
don't think that was a particularly good shot again from John there. He's not finding the bolt cushion. He has covered the bottom red. Well, he's covered it with the red above it. Certainly the potting angle is not there. Well, he'd have to hit the first red ever so thin to make the second red a plant. From where the cue ball is, it would be different if he was across to the right with the cue ball. He's playing this. It's a brave shot to play.
Still pressure on this one. But he set his stall out clearly. He's going to attack. He's going to try and get in, get scoring. But the black's not there.
No, you're right. It was one of those shots. If you bring that cue ball closer, it's not difficult. It's just the fact you're playing with your hand on the cushion rail.
One.
Few oohs and ahs. It wasn't clean.
6.
Yeah, his long potting, as you see in the first round against Barry Hawkins, it was exemplary, 85%. In this final, though, he's potted just 2 from 11 from distance so far.
Seven. Ping ball.
He's sort of fighting for position, isn't he, all the time, John? He has options here, though.
13. 14. $21. 22.
Well, that's a way of breaking the pack. We're seeing it played quite a lot.
27.
The two cushions. You've got to come very close to the corner pockets on those to get right into the main bunch. And most efforts have not quite done that, we've seen. Saw Kyren earlier on play it in that way, missed the reds altogether from the other side of the table. Pretty thin cut, this one, to middle if he's playing it. That's a good kiss he's had there. It's a good pot, but he's had a favourable little nudge, and again he could attack the bunch of reds directly this time. None of this playing off two cushions. Perhaps in the yellow. Not sure it's quite how he played it, but it doesn't matter that much. It's now a great chance.
$31.
Masters has always been a sort of feast or famine event for Higgins. It's his 32nd appearance. He's lost 16 times in the first round, but he's also won it twice, and this is his 6th final. So you're never quite
36.
sure what you're going to get from him here, but it's clicked this year. He's ridden his luck, let's be honest, and he's admitted that, particularly against Xiao Tong. Could easily have lost 6-3 to Judd Trump yesterday had Trump not missed that brown in frame 9, but he's still here. And he has another chance to pull back to within one.
$37. 44. 45.
So he's growing all the time here. The split of the bunch off the yellow, it worked out particularly well. So I'm not sure it's quite
53.
the idea to swing off them around 2, but you know, the upshot was all the reds were lined up to the same pocket. Almost like a practice routine in the end. Except, of course, this is not practice. It's a real thing. He needs another red. And he's back to within a frame
60.
again. It's not... Kyren is getting the better of things, but he can't shake John Higgins off, unsurprisingly.
$61.
Yeah, and it's been scraps from Wilson, hasn't it, tonight, whereas John Higgins has made his highest 2 breaks of the final in this session. So he has upped his scoring. He's missed that, and that'll annoy him because it's 1 snooker
61.
needed. So this isn't done yet, this frame.
No, I did not see that one coming. It's not a shot that you'd expect to see John ever miss.
One.
Just wondering if there's any room behind the brown to sneak the cue ball in now. I think it might be a little too close to the bolt cushion for that. Well, that would be on the last red, I think. John still can't quite believe that the frame is still hanging on. It's a regulation black, which John, I mean, he doesn't miss those very often.
Yeah, you just got to think that his concentration was put so much into the meaningful side of the break that he sort of subconsciously switched off there, but could cost him.
Yeah, I think that definitely happens occasionally because you're always kicking yourself because you kind of open the door a little bit to your opponent.
8.
I mean, it's very possible he could put him in a snooker that is extremely difficult to hit.
Kyren Wilson. 8.
Didn't really want to knock the black awkwardly. And you feel that John will hit this anyway, but if he does miss it, there's 34 in it, so red-black needed, and the black's been pushed away from its spot. Not in Kyren's favour. It's an awkward one now because he wouldn't really want to pot this and go for a lower value colour because that will just extend the amount of snookers he needs, increase them. So if he's not going for it, it's not easy to play the snooker instead. That's what he has tried some oohs and ahs. Perhaps people thinking that he's missed a pot there, but that wasn't the case. But he hasn't got the snooker either.
Well, as we've established, Higgins' long potting has not been great in this final, but my word, he'd love to knock this in. And then it would be 6-5, nailed on. If only it were that simple.
Well, he's thinking very hard about what the option is here. I don't know if there's a very easy way of attempting a snooker here. Doesn't seem to be an obvious route, or certainly even a ball to target to get the cue ball behind. sometimes I'm sure you just have to just play a safety shot and not attempt the snooker. Just don't leave the red on. He's going to take the red up and down, I think, here. Interesting shot choice. Not a bad effort. Not quite getting the snooker, though.
Yeah, and it made a difference because it allowed Higgins to put him in one. If only he just potted that black off the spot when he was in, there wouldn't be any of this. But frame continues, one snooker, successful snooker needed.
Well, he made an effort to get the black out a little bit, but he's put the yellow onto the cushion in the bargain. Makes me think if Kyren could pot a red and a black, he would now. Then the yellow becomes the ball on, so because that might not happen anyway, but I think if he got the chance to pot it, he would. To say, if he can pop the red and get on the black now that he's developed it, you know, that kind of keeps him in the hunt, Wilson. No other colour but black will do. Very well played.
One.
Very controlled. Well now, one on the yellow and... again, things taking a little bit of shape for Kyren Wilson. You know, if that snooker that he can achieve a good one, then, you know, who knows, he could steal this frame. It would be pivotal, I think. Well, certainly a big moment.
Eight. Kyren Wilson, 8.
I think he's left it potable. Although, as we've said, you know, he's not exactly knocking these in for fun at the moment. I mean, if he'd got it off there, I think it would have been a free ball. It would have been all sorts of problems, and he might be in a problem anyway. Kyren will be bitterly disappointed with this shot. Even as the snooker is a regulation one, he could have made that extremely difficult for John. It was a real opportunity for him. Again, I think he popped the yellow here. Green's not helping him much where it is. Doesn't have to, but I think I'll be knocking it in and seeing what I could do on the colours further down the line. No, deciding against it. Great shot. Can't fault that now, can you? Can't fault that in any way that he played that shot. Wow. 3 cushions, I believe, is what John is looking at.
Yeah, he's sort of put himself in a hole, hasn't he? It wasn't just the black. That's where it started, but he's had 4 opportunities from distance to pop frame ball since. Now he's in this snooker. If he doesn't hit the yellow, Wilson can win the frame.
I mean, put anyone out there, John Higgins, Mark Selby, or anyone else, you know, this is a missable escape from a snooker. Brilliant, that is. That's brilliant. The fact that he's gone to 2 cushions, 3 seemed a better way, really, but no better way than the way he went and hit it. Seemed to take forever, didn't it, to get up to the yellow, that cue ball. Not the worst effort either. Lucky.
Well, he's getting good support, Higgins. Can he finally pop this ball? It wouldn't necessarily be over if he did, but it would be a bit of breathing space. It would mean that Wilson would need 2 snookers on the green. It's 12 minutes since he missed that black off the spot when he was in on a break of 61. And still, the pot eludes him.
I mean, if anything went wrong for John, he lost his frame, he'd be hard to come back from this, I think. It's another really good one. Now this is it's a real worry for Higgins now, because everything's there if he does miss. You know, it's not a shot you can hold back and say, well, I'll try and leave the ball safe. He's got to hit this. Well, you can either go 1 cushion or maybe 3, which is looks risky. Then he's got the shot of 2 cushions between the green and blue. A hellish snooker to be in this. I don't think he's going that way. I think see if he's going across 2. It's difficult to tell. Yeah. Oh, he's hit the blue. Oh my word. Wow. Unbelievable this is. This really is.
It's completely unravelled. It's a mixture of Higgins being unable to kill it off, and Wilson there has laid a couple of good snookers, and the second one has paid off. So now he can win. Huge moment in the final, biggest so far.
Well, 10 is the target, as we know, but, you know, it would put him 7-4 up. You know, there's an argument that this is the match right here, isn't it? Just psychologically, it's going to be a damaging frame for John to lose if it happens.
He looks furious there, doesn't he, in his seat?
5.
It's a very well judged shot.
He's furious because he will feel he's thrown the frame away. He missed the black initially. That's where it all started.
Nine.
He's taken these pretty well, hasn't he? You know, he's kind of got himself on the ball in the best way each time.
$14.
Wow. He misses the pink.
Yeah, I mean, he was straight on the blue. Any angle on the blue that he might have had meant he could get right behind the pink, but he doesn't. I don't think rolling balls is his thing. But I didn't believe he would miss it. Of course, John could pop this out of the snooker. He plays up the table. Incredibly dramatic frame.
Well, you couldn't believe it could become even bigger than it was about a minute ago, but here we are.
Thank you.
Well, if he goes up the table, he's got a sporting chance of knocking it in, hasn't he? That's the thing. If he plays to roll up to it, then clearly the pot is not in the equation. It's just a holding shot. Not reached it.
Kyren Wilson 6.
I mean, it might not make any difference, actually. When you think about it, he still needs one pot. I don't suppose it matters. He's going to have to put him back in, isn't he? But then, of course, John might go up the table and pot it this time.
Yeah, all the things you re-rack some comedian says, yeah, all the things you practice for. You don't practice for this.
He might put John in from there, I suppose. I don't know. What do you do here, really? Of any
Thank you.
real benefit? What's the biggest benefit to Kyren? Play from there, have the miss taken, balls replaced. If I was John Higgins here, I'd consider going up and down this time. But the shot he's playing, I doubt if he'll finish short this time either.
Would you like to check? Can we please bring it up?
Well, it's the most unbelievable frame of the tournament, isn't it? And it's such a huge frame in this final. 6-5 or 7-4.
Fraction towards the black.
So make sure the cue ball's in the right spot.
Yeah, that looks
We can
fine.
agree on
That
one
looks
thing,
good.
Dave. Whoever loses his frame is going to be pretty devastated, aren't they? Even if it's Kyren now after all this.
Absolutely. Just a little bit harder. Certainly harder. Whoever wins it will do well not to get on the table like Alfie Burton at the shootout. They'll feel like they've won the tournament. Of course, it won't be the case, but my word, they're putting us through the ringer here, aren't they?
pretty good shot. I mean, he is inviting an attempt for John Higgins to cut this in. But he has done one thing. He's put a lot of distance between the balls, which has to be to his benefit.
Well, he had several attempts, didn't he, at long pots on red and yellow to kill this frame off, or certainly go a long way to doing so. But this really is frame ball.
It's one of those shots, thin to win, they say. If you're going to overcut it. I think he did go for the pot, but missing it thin means you don't leave it in the jaws of the pocket for your opponent. It's an excellent shot. It's very good from Kyren Wilson. He's taken it well. Obviously the pink was pretty calamitous that he missed right at the end there, but all the other shots he's played in and around it have been superb. But that's the one he'll remember if he loses the frame.
21 minutes since he potted that red, then he missed the black. He would have been 53 in front with 43 on had he potted it. 3 snookers needed.
It just felt like the frame was over, Dave. It didn't feel like there was any drama about to happen.
Little did we know the drama that was to follow, and still continues.
Again, this is another extremely good shot from Kyren Wilson. He's finding the golden rule here is always to get that object ball safe. More important than anything with the cue ball. Good follow-up from Higgins. Willingly pink to be cuttable, and who knows, he might have a go at it. I think he knows one thing, that the cue ball is coming down towards the black, but it's a fiendishly difficult shot. Well, I think John needed the ball over the pocket. We've still got to pot this, but I think to win this frame, John needed it to be over the pocket, and it's virtually that here.
Well, if you hadn't seen the last 25 minutes, you might not have believed it. Surely there's not another twist. Just making sure the cue ball's actually in the D. So after all that, it's the pink for 6-5. The most dramatic frame of the whole tournament keeps John Higgins in the...
Quietly now, please.
Well, everybody just getting over what they've seen. John Higgins getting on with the next frame. He trails 6-5. Can he get himself on level terms at the final interval?
Of course, this is where snooker really tests out your mental fortitude, because Kyren Wilson will be kicking himself as that last frame. He's got two choices: to think about it, dwell on it, or put it to one side. Of course, you've got to do the latter, which is very easy for me to say sitting here. Mind often just goes back to a point, and the time for reflection is when the match is over, one way or another. But it's not easy to be in that position. Terrific long red, and I suppose that will be an ongoing theme in a Kyren Wilson match. With his very straight cue action, he'll knock those in.
Four.
Good shot. The blue was always there, but the gap through to the black is what he was interested in. Some reds, one to middle, but one to right corner. I think will interest him with the black available, and now on its spot, it becomes a good chance. He can take either red, and he'll get position on the black either way.
Of course, this is where temperament plays its part. I mean, if he can win the frame here, then you almost forget about what happened frame before. He's still two in front.
He
made 8 centuries in the tournament. That's more than anyone else. And as I said earlier, it's only one off the record set by Ali Carter 2 years ago. So he has scored really well throughout this Masters.
First, I thought he was playing it into the yellow pocket, and maybe he now wishes he had. He overcut it quite a lot. Might not have been quite right to the bottom, in fairness. He wasn't very close to it to middle. He overcut that. Only making 18 from a very promising leave. You think about the choice of reds he had to middle or right corner. pressure is cranking up all the time. Well, that was a terrific shot from John Higgins. Not an easy red, and he got a favourable little kiss off the other red. Kyren is getting worried, I'm sure of it. Never mind the last frame. He was being in this frame with a proper opportunity. 18 was the upshot of it.
6. Seven. $14. $15. John Higgins, 15.
Well, I never. He is absolutely enraged, is John. He marched back to his chair. The cue stayed in one piece, but he did sort of hold it up. He held the cue up in the same way that I've seen cues end up in more than one piece, put it that way.
Yeah, I can only think that he was sort of, mind was wandering to later on in the break, and he just took it for granted, that black. But it's become so edgy now, this final.
You know, you wonder, maybe when someone is in a position to win the match, whether their mind will just clear and it'll fit into place. But there are different situations, aren't there, in, you know, ongoing. It's been a match within a match. You know, Kyren wants to get his 2-frame lead back. He's anxious to do so. John knows that, you know, he can bring it back to level. The last frame he could have lost. They're fighting their own very different battles, aren't they?
Seven.
Sometimes I think also, you know, you can be not happy with your own game, but you can get a little boost out of a mistake from your opponent. Kyren was probably thinking the worst. When the black stays out of John's off the spot, he's probably thinking, right, that's a real boost to my confidence.
12. 13.
I think he'd like to get
15.
the pink back on its spot for the 2 reds in the middle of the table. If he could play on it from this red, it would be handy to him.
$16. 22. $23.
All these stats have been put on the screen. What we really need is a blood pressure monitor, I think. It's been some start to the evening. All Wilson cares about now is getting that two-frame lead restored, regardless of what's happened.
28.
Slight problem here is that there are no obviously easy reds to play on after the next one. You know, maybe that right-hand red from where he's queuing, pointing his cue, would be the only place, really, that he could pot one. That's 3 shots away from now.
$29.
Delightful shot, that. That was well worked out. Northern playing on that lone red, he thought,
35.
just to clip that one into play. Red colour now is, well, barring Snookers enough, but from the last frame we know that that's not quite how it works.
Yeah, they both struggled, let's be honest, tonight. They haven't played their best, but my word, they produced drama. But Higgins, you saw how sick he was at missing that black, because he had the momentum.
36.
Check of the scores. The lead will be 45 with the pink, 43 remaining. Yeah, he had a chance there, Higgins,
42.
to land another blow. Right now he needs one snooker. But the red's in. It's looking like Wilson's thrown. A long way to go yet. Still a possible 7 frames to play in this final. But the main thing for Kyren Wilson as he knocks the pink in is that he's got his 2-frame lead back.
Yeah, I mean, if you're just watching it, you might think, OK, 2
49.
each. I've missed nothing, but actually, it's quite incredible how we've arrived at a 2-2 session.
Kyren Wilson, 49, and the frame.
So it's been, to say the least, eventful. It was 5-3 to Wilson when they resumed. All sorts has happened, but the headline is that he remains 2 in front and just 3 from becoming Masters champion for the first time. At the interval, he leads John Higgins 7-5. Wilson, he's 3 away from becoming Masters champion time. It's been an eventful evening, not the highest quality, but plenty of drama. And they've shared the first 4 frames. Saw Wilson on the practice table in the interval. He hasn't scored tonight, but he has at least held off the Higgins charge. But as I say, there's still potentially a lot of snooker left in this match.
Nice pot, and the cue ball, crucially, stopped in time. If it lands on the baulk line or just the other side of it, the pot's not really there. It's just the roll-up, which he didn't want. His long game hasn't been there, but that half ball shot to nothing, not quite the same as a stun shot maybe, or a straight red. They're the ones that go astray. Already the eyes are drawn to the red next to the black and think, well, how's he going to make a sizable break with the red glued to the brown, to the black ball? But of course he won't give up. He, as Dave says, fully appreciates with his experience that there is a long way to go, and this is the last. We've had the last interval now.
Six.
Yeah, I mean, he's already sort of bucked convention, hasn't he, by just being out there, world number 5 at the age of 50. If you'd have said to him 20 years ago when he made that clearance against Ronnie O'Sullivan that he would still be playing at the very highest level, he would have struggled, I think, to believe it. Because in that era, it was all about the younger players. It's now about the older players. Of course, they're the same people. That's the thing. They're the same incredible players. Tatiana Wollaston refereeing her first Masters final. Great experience for her as well.
Thank you. 12. Thirteen.
There's a proper split, and actually he was all doing a little better
18.
before that red came back, because he was bang on a red to left corner, which got disturbed. He might be able to pop the red to middle and get on the pink to right corner. That's one thing he might. He's certainly exploring that possibility now. I don't think he could have played that split any better, but reds were moving everywhere. Yes, you're just seeing what kind of area on that left side he's got through to the pink. It's not a huge expanse, but there is a place over there that he can pop the pink from. Oh, dear me.
John Higgins.
He spent so much time looking at the slightly complicated positional side that he forgot the obvious bit, the pot to middle, which was not difficult.
One.
Now you have to say that of all the years I've watched John, I've not seen him make that kind of mistake very often, where he's got embroiled in the positional side and forgot the most important bit will always be the pot. It's rare for John to fall into that trap.
Seven. 8.
Kyren Wilson's not made a 50 break this evening, 49 in that last frame. He has had chances in all of the frames.
He's never been 3 in front in the final. But if he were to win this frame, and it's still early days, then you could sort of see a bit of a dash for the line potentially. Higgins maybe just starting to fade a bit.
14.
Yes, it's signs of him just wilting a bit, isn't there? You know, it's one of those where, you know, in the best of 11 at 5-3 down, you know, he could take things close in a match, and he fancies that he could mix it with anybody. A lot happened on that shot. First of all, the red flew in, and then I saw the cue ball end up going back in the wrong direction. It was like magic. That's the one consolation for Kyren. The cue ball ended up on the cushion. Well, 8 minutes into the frame, it just feels anybody's frame, doesn't it now? Nothing much happened with regards to putting points on the board. What a shot that is. Safe to say Kyren was very unfortunate there on that last blue. He's knocking the red. So from that, he hasn't played a bad shot to end the break. Have to play the roll up, but it's not a very nice shot to play from underneath the baulk cushion. Well, what's he playing here? Is he going for the brown? Wow, this is a massive shot. Oh, honestly, I can't believe what I'm seeing. I mean, look, these are great players. That is a monumental shot to play. The roll up behind the yellow surely was going to hold fort.
One.
I'm amazed. I'm amazed by that shot that Kyren's played.
There was no percentage to it, was it? A bit like, I guess, in a different context, the double that Higgins attempted earlier, which I guess could have run safe, but the brown, he's always going to be leaving a red on.
The other thing is, Dave, I think, well, two things. Firstly, he can get up behind the yellow, and whatever he does with that, John's not got a very easy shot. And in missing the brown, you feel like John needs something really quite easy to come to the table with at the moment. After missing that really comfortable red earlier in the frame. It's good to be aggressive, but the percentages have to be right as well.
Well, Higgins is struggling now. He's just missing so many balls. Simple as that.
And you know what, Dave? I think he's blocked the pocket on that pink. This is the easiest of the lot, isn't it?
Just missing so many, isn't he? And even if he's got away with that, it's got to be a concern.
think it's one of those shots. It's a better shot than it looks. You see it from this angle, you realise there's not much to aim at, and it got this way of just going up a little bit. It's toppled in. And this is another frame that you just don't know what's going to happen next in it. I mean, he missed that black off. Well, he missed two blacks off the spot. Higgins, the second of which was easier than the first, when it was already a snooker required. But that pink really was easy. I don't think you'd expect John Higgins to miss that once in 100. It's a good shot to pot it and screw inside the two reds and not hit them. Now, as you're playing the yellow into the two reds here, this is another expansive shot you're going to take on. Great effort. Unlucky.
He's certainly trying to make things happen, isn't he, Wilson? He's sensing a big chance, and on another day that works out, but not today.
Kyren Wilson, 10.
Well, he is looking the stronger of the two, despite the fact that he's still 5 points behind in the frame. It's been a strange old business, this one. Pressure's building. He's trying to make things happen. I thought that the brown to middle under the bolt cushion was one too many. But he was not made to pay for it.
Seven.
So, I mean, he's going to try and play this cannon if he's got the angle on the blue, and he'd like to hit the black rather than the red and just push it onto the red. See if he can get the red over the right corner. It was quite difficult that way, to be honest.
12.
Might consider getting the cue ball in behind the black here rather than go for one. I mean, he might do. At the moment, he seems to want to take everything on.
Kyren Wilson, 12.
Six in it, so clearly the brown is still going to play its part in this frame.
Well, some of these slightly scrappy, tight frames all the way through this week here at the Masters tend to be the frames. John has finished on the right side of almost all of them. You know, in his wins against Zintong and Trump, he tended to just scramble over the line in a lot of frames. It's happened again tonight in that huge frame to go 6-5 down. Well, there's a way through to the red.
Feels like he's been off in almost every pocket at some stage tonight. There's another one.
I mean, he's unlucky, isn't he? He's got to be unlucky to go in off that shot. He hit it so well. Well, as Dave pointed out, the brown ball is going to be seemingly the big shot of the frame, or the big ball. Like I say, it seems that John has been the one to scramble over the line in these sort of frames all the way through. There's always a likelihood of the double kiss, but it was a great effort to try and develop it.
John Higgins, 5.
Yeah, so here we are then. Another close frame. 3 points in it on the brown. 8-5 or 7-6. Higgins has missed quite a few regulation balls, but he's still hanging on.
It's another good shot from Kyren Wilson. I think this frame he seems to have done all the playing, really, and he's behind by 3. It's been an odd frame. Tried to hit it off 2 cushions. Tried to come in behind it. So, Kyren Wilson, if he could win this frame, I feel that it would be a huge release for him, because John Higgins is hanging on by a thread. He's got to control the cue ball. Got to avoid the in-off again here, I think. You can see what I was saying. It was kind of on its way. It played a little firmer. Right then. Tense.
Blue and pink to lead by 3 frames for the first time.
Nine.
Yeah, he's nicely on it. So big moment this, just to get clear blue water between him and John Higgins. In it goes. It's a bit of a struggle, but Kyren Wilson has now moved 3 frames clear, and he's only 2 now from the title at 8-5. Determination. He hasn't made a half century tonight, Kyren Wilson, in this session, but he is 8-5 in front, and all he cares about now is getting to 10, getting his hands on the Paul Hunter Trophy.
Thank you. John, just 30 seconds. There are more people coming back from mid-session.
I think they're just going to... Well, as Alan McManus mentioned in the studio, John Higgins was 8-5 down to Mark Selby at this stage of the Tour Championship final last season, and won the last 5 frames. It can happen, but he has to cut out all these unforced errors now, because he is getting chances, or has been getting them.
I mean, you can say that he can still win, John. Of course he can. He's done it before from here, but it does feel that there are 3 frames in it now. The mountain is even greater, isn't it, to climb? Thought that was a plan, not to be. Sending the cue ball back, however.
Well, his long game has not been good today, so that will be a very satisfying pot for Higgins.
Six.
Yes, I mean, he could play that. He could play the cannon, but he's looking at a different red. I'm not sure if he could very easily get through to the red by the black from there with the sort of side of the pack. You know, he's just got to avoid them. If he can, cannon is a possibility. Yeah, I see the bunch are in the way.
7. Yellow ball.
Played a shot that wasn't on there, I don't think.
Seven.
Tried to play the cannon. Don't think he had a clear path, because obviously the impact is from the front of the ball over the red. And the bunch was partly obscuring that cannon.
very stop-start, isn't it, this evening? Higgins has made the two eyes break 71 and also 61, but that was in frame 11, which, of course, he very nearly lost. Probably should have lost, really.
I think that's where he is very strong, though, isn't it? With Kyren Wilson, you know, he'll drill in those sort of shots like the last one we've just seen there. You know, anything but an easy pot, but he just seems to be very consistently putting those away and creating something in the process.
Yeah, he's kept his head up, Wilson. You know, things have gone wrong. He's had some bad running. He's missed a few. But he's kept his head up. He's got that determination that he's famed for.
Yes, I think it's that determination that's getting him through this match now. Because, like you say, a few things have gone wrong, which could have, a lesser player would have been thinking it wasn't going to be their day, maybe.
Seven. Twelve. 13.
Well, he has a really big opportunity here to
20.
go away somewhat into the distance in this match. I think we've seen enough incident to know that very little is assured right now, but it's a real chance.
Yeah, of course, from 3-3, when it was quite bogged down, he suddenly stepped it up and made 2 centuries, didn't he? He wants to get to 10, but it'd be nice to think he could raise his game as well before
28.
the night's out.
$29. 36. 37.
He's trying to speed his game up a little bit, and that's something that's come into the process for him in the last year, 18 months since he became world champion, trying not to think or overthink big shots.
$44. 45.
Yes, that was quite nicely played. The reds were reasonably scattered. He didn't have to really force them. Just get them open, and one has come into play. The only snag, it's quite straight. So to get from red to black, he might have to slightly use the pocket. Oh, he's done it
51.
expertly. What a terrific shot that was.
Yeah, it's like he's found a second wind, having gone 8-5 in front. Now he's in for the kill. Oh, but only just pots that. Oh.
Yes, I
58.
thought it was a bit top jawish, but I mean, that would have been that have stopped him in his tracks.
59.
So another red is what he wants, and John now has got to win all of the remaining frames.
Yeah, it's a tall order, for sure.
64.
Wilson just wants to make sure of this red. And it's looking like 9-5. In snooker, there's a precedent for pretty much everything, and John Higgins did win the UK Championship back in 2010 from 9-5 down to Mark Williams. But he's going to have to cut out all mistakes and, of course, also keep this man off the table.
70.
This has been, by far, Wilson's highest break
71.
of this session. Brings the red out, determined to make a third century. And as I say, this is what he did earlier, isn't it? From 3-3, when it was a real struggle, he suddenly found something. That red stays out, so it's not another century, but it is a 78. It's a frame-winning break. And
That wasn't close, I'm afraid, and there's an awful lot of body movement from John there. Yeah, it was a shot of the tired man, I think.
so first chance for Kyren Wilson to get it won.
Beautiful split as well. Beautiful split. The crowd liked it. They saw the reds completely open up.
Nine.
What a chance this is to make a big break to win it.
17.
I wonder if Wu is watching his 137 has held on since the first afternoon as the highest break of the tournament.
Yeah, you'd be worried if you were user, wouldn't you? Because, as you say, I mean, I think when he opened the Reds up, they went into quite delightful positions. Not for that man. Ooh, well, that came from nowhere. What a chance that was. And what a very surprising miss. That right pocket, there's been a few in there that have thought about it.
One.
Well, when he needed something up close, a sort of chance like this, he's got one. It's an amazing game, snooker. Having played it, any snooker player watching will kind of know what I mean about you can lose your long game, but you can be up close and still be as effective at times.
7. Eight. 14. 15. 21. 22.
I think when John missed that long red by quite a long way and left Kyren that chance, he might have felt his last shot has been played.
$28. 29. 35. 36.
Well, when he saw Wilson at the table where the balls were, he must have thought, you know, it's probably done. But A lifeline came out of nowhere. And it's Wilson having to sit and watch there in the background. What a chance it was. It's clear the crowd, not that they're against Wilson, but they'd love to see Higgins get back into this.
42.
Yeah, this red as opens up the other two reds and lands him on the pink to left middle. It's a key
43.
red to get on, I think. Still work to do because there is a red up the other end of the table, so he's got to pot the 3 in the middle of the table here. A good sort of a chance, wasn't it? All reds and pinks. Reds all scattered around the pink.
49. $50.
He was like looking out of sorts, and then this good chance came out of nowhere, really, with that Mr. Black.
As we reach the 5-hour mark for this match. How much longer is there? Well, it looked over.
56. $57.
7. Here's another red after the pink.
$63. $64.
Applause is for what looks to be a very significant pot. This was a significant miss as well. Honestly, it didn't seem like he was about to miss that on all recent evidence. That was beautifully cued.
70.
Well,
70.
I guess would have liked that in, but in fact Wilson has seen enough. Well, he had a golden chance to get it won. He's still a big favourite, but the fact is the final continues. It's now 9-6. It's such a great showcase for snooker, this Masters. It comes along in January when, you know, it's cold and wet and people are not minded to go out, but the fans have turned out in great numbers. 2,200 the capacity here every session. Tickets already on sale for next year. They'll go quickly. Of course, we had all the 6-2s in round one, but then the deciders, of course, both of these players played in 2 each. Wilson doesn't want another one, though.
Yes, one of those. If you get closer to the red and not pot it, then you know the red comes back towards the cue ball. If you can cut that red in through the gap. can. It's risky, and the cue ball, I'm not sure if he's going to hit another red at all. He didn't hit a red, he got a lovely kiss on the green. Things are just starting to happen. Again, that little nudge has slowed the cue ball down off the red perfectly.
Five.
Took a bit of a gamble here to open the reds, but he kind of arced around the main bunch of them.
John Higgins, 12.
I mean, it's difficult to say at this stage whether that miss black from Kyren is going to be a game changer, but, you know, at the moment it has completely stopped the momentum that he had. Brought John back into the equation a bit, hasn't it?
Yeah, I think the thing about it was he had no sort of work to do, did he, in terms of opening reds? They were already open. So it was all kind of there to negotiate. We saw when Higgins got in, he made a frame-winning break from it. So it just came completely out of nowhere.
Well, this is the tester, given that he's not potting all of these sort of shots. I mean, if he was potting them already and he was in good stroke, it would still be a difficult one, this, with the yellow right next to his cueing.
So, not easy, and it stayed out. Wilson with another opening.
One.
Had to come from 5-4 down against both Neil Robertson and Louisa. Had to show his resolve.
6.
Now he's having to show it in a different context, responding after the disappointment of the miss black in the last frame.
Seven.
Well, I think now that he's gone that little bit further down than he might want to, he probably has to use the bunch of reds. Yes, that's worked out very well. It's a delicate little push into them. He's left the bottom red on.
14. $15.
When he was at school as a kid, they used to give him Fridays off to go and play in the Snooker Academy, recognising the potential in him. I'm sure some of his classmates probably thought it was a great wheeze, but he's always been very serious about his career, Kyren Wilson. He's always envisaged himself in these positions. He always thought he'd be world champion. So there's no reason not to think he can be Masters champion. And again, he's got the chance.
$23.
Well, he's gone straight through the reds with nothing possible
30.
anywhere from what you can see. He found a little gap there because that first kiss. I'm looking at the table and I can't think where he could pop one. And the answer is he hasn't even got the double because the two reds are there. That's why he looks so crestfallen. He hasn't really got any meaningful shot, even in safety, I don't think.
Kyren Wilson, 30.
I think that was all he could do. And it was very reluctantly that he played it like that and wanted to be putting this final away with that visit. Well, that was a speculative cross double from John. And now a slightly more conventional double this would be for Kyren. I'm going to say that as far as a double was ever to go, that was probably the most gettable. It was just lined up perfectly. Just a bit short of pace now. He's cutting this back.
5.
I feel that he's on the brink now. He's already got a lead in the frame. He's on the black. He's got half a dozen reds in the middle of the table, which if he can get the relevant little delicate cannon here that could put him in line for all of them, and then you're thinking about getting over the line and winning the Masters. Not for the first time, it has not quite happened. And the red that he can pop to left middle is narrow.
30.
It's not nice.
Yeah, he's battling the running, isn't he? As much as he is John Higgins.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, I don't think he played it particularly well. You know, he didn't ping that cue ball in there. Well, you know, he's looking at an even more acute angle here, I think. Very little in it. Tough shot, this. Beautifully done. But where is the cue ball? We could do with knowing.
Trying. Yeah, he's trying all right. And it is trying right now.
Oh, I hate this game sometimes.
Well, you'll like it, Kyren, if you get the 350,000 for winning frame 10, whether it's this one or another one. But again, could have finished so much nicer.
I'm not too sure John would have appreciated that being said. I mean, John's not loving life, is he? 9-6 down in this final and 32 behind. So whatever Kyren's feeling, I know it's his first Masters, but he's still in a strong position to win it.
Ping ball.
Okay, so is he taking this on? No, he's decided.
Kyren Wilson. 14.
Probably rightly, I think. Sort of pull the plug a little bit. Nail that pink to the cushion. 32 points. Probably is a slightly bigger lead with that ball on the cushion.
Well, he'll be happier now. That kiss has worked out. It's a great pot. So it's another chance. 33 in front.
One thing he has done all the way through this final, Dave, he may not have played his absolute best, but he's been knocking in those sort of shots very regularly.
Yeah, and he hasn't gone into a shell, has he, at any point? You know, he's been trying to make things happen. Remember, he's lost twice in the Masters final. Pretty bruising defeats, both 10-7. He was disappointed last year for sure. But once again, it's in his hands to erase those memories.
Seven.
Well, he could play the blue in and out of vault, but the black is the other alternative. It's got a big area to land through. The green and brown spread widely apart. That's a beautiful shot. That is a beautiful shot. And now surely red-black all-leader snooker, and another red, and the family will be very proud of Kyren Wilson.
Yeah, Rob and Sonia there, Kyren's parents, have been there all week. Nervously but proudly watching on. They've seen enough snooker to know that if he pots the black, John Higgins needs a snooker. This next red, though, feels like it is for victory. One snooker at the moment. If this goes in, it's surely Wilson's title. And boy, has he earned it.
Well, the chances of John coming back to the table are lessening all the time here. It is 56 the difference. John might just say enough's enough and warmly shake his hand, you know.
Kyren Wilson, 24.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing. Here at the Palace, the crown belongs to Kyren Wilson, who for the first time is Masters champion.